from sap to strength. In nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the late stream. As Twisty Swifty mentioned in chat, I did forget about the hour change. Thing is, there's a gap of 1 week between when it changes in US and in Europe. So over here in Poland and well, rest of Europe, only next weekend we're gonna have this hour shift. So yeah, that's why I think I saw something mentioned about it on X yesterday, but yeah, it completely skipped my mind that I need to start the stream sooner. Then when I got everything started and I saw that the market's already open, then it hit me that yeah, I'm too late. So sorry about that, but well, it is what it is. So let's get some background music going. Get the day started. I'll take a look now. Let me open Discord and see if we have anyone waiting in Discord. Okay, so I'm gonna jump in. There's nobody in Casey's channel yet, so I'm gonna jump in the back of the big Trump in case anybody else wants to join. Okay. With that said, well, we do have a red start of the day. AMC was ripping up a bit, but now it's starting to head back down. So I think we touched 307. Now currently at 303. GME basically going straight down since open. We touched the 2296 low of the day, currently at 2303. Yep, most of the other symbols I have over here are in the red. So Tesla's down 8.3%, Nvidia down 3.4%, dipping it seems. Citibank 3.8% down, Global Schmucks 3.3% down, Apple 4.4% down, Google 4.1 almost percent down. Yeah, it's quite a dip. VIX is the only one that's up 12.9%, so almost 13% up on the VIX. Let me see where. So it's currently at 2640. So seems like there's a bit of turmoil in the market. I don't know, did you... Oh wait, Greyleaf started? Because, well, I checked for a stream before I started this and I didn't see her, I didn't see Papa Max, so I was like, okay, even though I'm late, if nobody else like got to it, I'll do it, but check right now. Oh yeah, Greyleaf's on. So in that case, let me write to Greyleaf, see if she's okay to stream. Let me check the other Discord actually. Oh, I see there's people in Papa Max, so I'll jump in there and see. Hi guys, sorry I didn't see you here. Okay, because I saw the, well, okay. Yeah. Well, my bad, because I missed the hour change, because over here in Poland it's only happening next weekend. But yeah, do remember there's always a difference, like, you know. Take care, see ya. Yeah, because like all year long for me the market opens at 3:30 p.m. But there's there's 2 weeks when we move the hour back and forward. So there's these 2 weeks when it starts at 2:30 for me. But yeah, I completely forgot. And I think I saw a post from Casey mentioning something about the hour change. But yeah, today, you know, I got on with work and I completely skipped my mind to that I need to start the stream sooner because of this. I basically have the certain meeting that I know that on Monday when I finish this meeting I need to start looking at starting the stream. But yeah, today it didn't apply. Yeah. Yeah. All because of this damn stock market. Can you imagine? Adding problems to my plate like that. How are you guys? How was your weekend? Yeah, it will probably take a bit of adjustment. NVIDIA. Check actually. Oh. Can you try to say something now? I think Discord was not being picked up. No, it looks like it's not picking it up still. Lovely, lovely. Okay, I think now it might be working. Yeah, so no, for now we're staying here. Greyleaf jumped in, but yeah. I think, you know, also she has a lot on her plate if she's, you know, doing Wednesdays and Fridays. I think last week she did from Tuesday until Friday, so all 4 days. So
GME $22.99.
wait, were there any bigger news on the weekend or something? Any idea what's happening? Why the...
I haven't necessarily heard anything earth-shattering. Just kind of looks like it's continuing on from Friday's fall. The only stock that looks like it's actually doing any good this morning is SMCI. Nvidia's down 3.5% or so, but SMCI is, other than the VIX, is the only thing green on my chart.
I thought there were more rumors about GameStop, but who knows? There are always rumors.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the big thing, Preacher, I'm not sure if you talked about on Friday, but it was that, like, Roaring Kitty's tweets either he deleted them or, like, they go to, like, when you delete them, they go to, like, the reply section of Twitter as, like, an archive. So I think that was the discussion.
I think I saw something, yeah.
Yeah, should be like, what does that mean?
Casey also posted that the dog days of summer are over.
Yep, I saw that, yeah.
Wait, I'm gonna just mute myself for a moment. I'm gonna make myself another coffee.
Yes, sir.
coffee done. And X started working again. That's good. I was afraid for a moment that it was banned or something.
It looks like Bitcoin might be trying to break back down into the 70s.
It just
And there it is.
just saw a post on X. I don't know if this is something new that just came out, but I don't know, just gonna read it out. So it's from Wiz888999. So the handle is at OBD123, and it says AMC just pulled off a legal masterclass. Court ruled that the stock is a valid form of payment for settlements. That means insurance companies can't dodge payouts just because AMC used shares instead of cash. But here's the kicker. If stock is legally considered a currency, what happens to synthetic shares? Naked shorts, rehypothecation? The implications here are massive. Wall Street's entire game just got flipped on its head. Shorts are running out of loopholes. Yeah, and there's the news. Okay, but this is from March 8th, so from 2 days ago, saying breaking Delaware court rules AMC settlement shares as insurable loss, jury to decide insurance payout. This is beneficial to the company and shareholders.
Sounds interesting. I did read a little bit of that over the weekend.
Not a lot of other AMC things on X from what I see, or even anything else related to what might be moving the market like this today.
It has some pretty swift movements down.
Yeah. Which, I mean, is nice. We know that when things will start, everything's gonna go red, apart from everything that's hurted the shit.
Yeah.
So.
We're hedged for the crash, so.
Again, X is not loading for me. That's very strange.
I had a little problem with that this morning, too. Yep, still not loading. Something went wrong, it says. Mm-hmm.
I did see something that Citadel's getting questioned, or there's a lawsuit or something against them regarding FTDs. So.
Against who?
Citadel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
You
good.
read the same thing I did, Preacher. That's the MMTLP lawsuit. Mother, which I think improved class action lawsuit. But part of the lawsuit was that they're asking it for Citadel to give some accurate numbers as according to how many shorts they hold for it. So it'd be kind of forcing them to disclose some real numbers. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
I see now it says MMAT bankruptcy trustee requests judge issues subpoenas for the following parties: Anson Funds, Citadel, Schwab, Nasdaq, FINRA, DTCC, TD Ameritrade, TradeStation, and Virtue. So, well, I do hope
Oh yeah, my
something
bad. I
comes out.
apologize. It was MMAT. I said it was
But it's. I mean, this was posted by MMTLP Media and Outreach, and it's also saying at the end of the list, it says "Buckle up, and the MMTLP and hashtag MMTLP army. So I think it's related to MMTLP. It's just this MMAT maybe that's like I don't know, something else. I think. As it's this meta materials, so I don't know if it got renamed or something, but yeah.
I think Tesla's getting close to 10% down.
Crazy here at Camelot this morning. Pool company called last night, told Mrs. Pirate they would be here 6:30 in the morning with the gun night crew. That's the third time we've heard that, so we were hoping that they showed up, and they did. Low dark 30, 4 big trucks, compressors, all of that. And they were going about fixing some stuff. They said we had a deluge, just a crazy rain here, which didn't exactly help things. We had everything perfect and ready for concrete. That wasn't the case, but it happens in construction with rain. So they had shoveling to do. So they were out there in the dark this morning. Flashlights, we turned on the lights for them. By the time the sun had broke, they had just about fixed everything that the rain had messed up. But yeah, they've been shooting the concrete / gunite, if you will, for the better part of 2 hours now. They look to be about halfway done. Pretty incredible process. There must be.
Yeah, I saw those trucks you're fixing. It's cool.
Guys here. Yeah. They have 2 big trucks that carry the dry materials, the dry concrete on one side and one hopper, and I think it's dry sand in another. And then I guess it mixes it, whatever the ratio is, and it goes up a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt drops it into a hopper. The hopper has a high pressure air compressor hooked to it. Air compressor is as big as like a modern garbage truck, but it's big. And then that pumps it through what would look like a fire hose. And they got a guy down in the swimming pool shooting it. Pretty cool. A big day for us.
Guys, I need to jump in a meeting, so I'll leave the Discord on. I'll just rejoin in a bit once I'm
Be back in a bit.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
They formed everything up with reinforcing steel and all of that. But they didn't form the stairs, the entry stairs. The stairs are like 8 or 10 foot wide. I think there's 4 or 5 steps where you enter and exit the pool. And we asked them, what was up with that? And it's funny, they said they just poured in one big blob. And then they got a guy he's like a sculptor. By hand, he cuts those steps in. And we've been watching him work. And this guy's like a modern day Leonardo da Vinci.
That's cool, man.
I mean, the guy truly knows his shit with concrete. You would never believe that he was freehanding that. Cool to see an artisan at work, somebody who knows his craft.
Yeah, you're going to get some pictures of that once he's posted down. How many steps did you say there were?
I think there's 4. And they put steel in it, the reinforcing steel, but it just came up on an angle instead of each step being, normally you can look at it and you can see each individual step with steel in it. Instead, it looked like a loading ramp that just came up on a steep angle.
Huh.
So the stairs themselves, the actual rise and run, won't have any steel in it, but it'll be a big thick blob of concrete. Pretty wild.
Yeah, it's a real timing, temperature, humidity thing there, man.
Yeah, as much as it troubled me to cancel them the last time, it was the right move because it rained that night like a cow pissing on a flat rock. It would have destroyed all of it and it would have been a real mess. So it cost us a couple of days of production, but we're staring at 0% chance of rain for the next 3 or 4 days. This stuff it'll be hard as a wedding dick by then. So. Yep, this is the last big hurdle.
Now it's got to sit for what, 4 or 5 days or something before they come back and
He
plaster
said they
it.
can walk on it in 2. He said that's how fast it gets sets up. He said within 24 hours or 48 hours, he said they could walk on it without even leaving tracks. He asked us to water it though, like you water a house.
Meeting.
Like
Go.
for 3 days as it dries out. The longer it stays wet, the stronger it gets. They want it to cure slowly. He said, so
Thank
take
you.
a
Have a
hose
good
out,
day.
You just kind of hose it all down, wet it down, and just enough for it to change color. So it turns like a light gray. You water it until it turns dark gray. You do that once a day for 3 or 4 days. Hope it becomes stronger. They added a pressure gauge. If you're familiar with swimming pools of any kind, they have the filter systems usually have a pressure gauge, and that pressure gauge indicates when your filter is clogged up, from pulling all the algae and stuff out of the water. But they use that filter, they use that gauge in the build process. They pump the entire system full of water. They pump it up to like 40 psi, and that's how they do a leak check. So that's kind of cool. It's been pumped up and sealed for a week now, and I went out and looked at it, and it looked to me like it's only lost about a pound or 2. So that's pretty good. I have confidence that the system is all well glued together. They spent half an hour this morning building a tent around the entire swimming pool. They put up some temporary poles and then hung construction fabric on it, I guess, to keep this concrete from, it's coming out there at such a high pressure, I guess it end up all over the windows and the stucco and the neighbors' houses and what have you. So that was an interesting development. I've never seen that done before. Told us these crews can do 2 pools a day. It's all compartmentalized. The guys who do the gunite part, what we're doing today, that's all they do. They're not in charge of excavation or plumbing. framing everything up. They just go from job to job and shoot the gunite. But he said they do 2 a day. That's pretty incredible. I guess that's why they start at 6:30 in the morning, as early as they can. So.
Sounds like Miss Pirate picks pretty good crews.
Yeah, she picked a wonderful company, and the guy that runs the company, he's got some good subs, subcontractors. These guys they have their shit together. It's interesting to note, once again, they were not the cheapest. They weren't the most expensive. It's an example of where you kind of, in my opinion, you want to be right in the middle. Mrs. and I busied ourselves this weekend when we did the demolition of the old pool. Obviously, all the plumbing was still in the ground, and there just didn't make sense to try to dig up the whole yard to remove all that. The idea being, we just pulled out whatever we ran into when the new stuff went in, because of the limited availability, the limited spacing for running the new pipes. Most of it ran right where the old stuff was. So those guys, when they were digging the holes, trenches, piles of old PVC around here. Mrs. and I took our garbage cans and got our garbage cans from our neighbors, who graciously allowed us to use theirs. Had to cut that pipe 42 inches long so it would fit in the still closed. But we managed to fill, I think, a total of 5 of those cans with PVC pipe, and that was stacking them in there like drinking straws on end. But yeah, we managed to get rid of all of that. So we had a productive weekend, despite the fact that it was kind of wet and nasty.
By the way, Pirate, because I don't know if I was around, but if you mentioned it, when do you expect to have it ready?
4 more weeks. This is the initial coat of concrete, or I keep calling it concrete, gunite, the cementitious product. Once that sets up and gets hard, they bring back what's called a plastering crew. And they're the ones that put like the finish coat on it. The finish coat will have like a blue pigment in it, whatever. So this is the structural element. It'd be like pouring concrete and then putting, the fancy stuff over top of it. So the fancy stuff comes next. Of course, the tile and the coping and all that. Then they have to do what's called wrecking the forms. All of the wood that's put down, that it does exactly what the name would imply. It's a form for all this concrete to mold to. It gives it shape. That all has to be wrecked, demolished, pulled out. Then all you're left with is the pool structure itself, and then it has to be backfilled. So they'll go back to the front yard, and all that dirt that's piled up out there, big mountain of dirt. They'll carry that back and backfill it all around the outside edges. Then it has to be watered in, so there's no air voids or pockets. Allow it all to settle and compact. And then the very last thing will be when they do, I guess, the tile work and the coping, which is like your trim pieces. Then the second phase that kicks in is the new patio. The original pool come with like 400 feet of cobblestones around it. And Mrs. Pirate added to that and just had them do the entire area over. So there's a whole separate project of doing the patio. But the pool itself obviously has to happen first. They told us in the beginning 6 weeks is generally their time frame for the entire project. And I think right now we're a week and a half into this, 2 weeks maybe. Oh, Mrs. Pirate says we're 3 weeks in. So we're halfway there. We're not too pressed about it. The weather's cold and nasty here. As long as the springtime rolls around and all of this is in our rear view mirror, we'll consider it a win. And there's a boatload of ancillary projects, like they have destroyed flower beds. They got red clay piled everywhere. It might have to be some new sod put down. Landscaping to be fixed. Name it. Mrs. and I still have a project. We held out some work that they were going to do that we can do ourselves with the seawall, the retaining wall that runs around the back of our property. It needs to have the cap redone on that. So I have it'll take me 4 days with her help cutting all the new boards and installing those. And that doesn't need to be done. It needs to be done prior to the new cobblestones going down, but it doesn't have to happen while the pool's going on. So we thought we'd address that once the pool is finished. I don't mind telling you, I'm eager for all of it to be done.
Looking at well, it's a screenshot of a tweet from DC_Drano saying FBI whistleblower testifies under oath that FBI won't allow over 1,000 hours of J7 footage to be released because it would expose undercover agents committing crimes inside Capitol. Not only was G6 a Fed setup, but now it's confirmed that FBI is also covering its tracks. Very surprising.
There'll be a purge coming for the FBI. Just around the corner. The FBI directors, and I think Kash Patel, I think Dan Bongino, some of those guys, they've officially been nominated and approved, but their start date, I can't remember, I thought I remembered the 17th. I think it's still like a week out before those guys walk into the building and say, "Daddy's home." Yeah. Getting ready to be some big changes. I don't know if it wouldn't be better just to burn the whole thing down. I'm sure there's a few field agents and some lower, the boots on the ground type guys for the FBI that may be decent people, but I'm telling you, the upper level management is a viper pit of Democratic left, just real nasty people. The ones who think that their vote supersedes the American people. People like Peter Strzok and his girlfriend worked there as well. James Comey and all of them have the idea that the president's only there for 4 years, but they're there for life. So they're the ones who call the shots on everything. And they need to be reminded how our system works. Thought about you this weekend, Preacher. I saw all the news about Romania. Looks like I don't know if the guy's a good guy or a bad guy, that Georgescu, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Trying to shit all over him. Like I said, maybe he deserves to be shit on, but I know it made the news this weekend.
Yeah, you have their agitators and stuff. This guy's a Russian shell, basically, plant. He was working hand in hand with the party that, the party that was the Communist Party. They were part of the Communist Party once the communism so-called ended. They became another, let's say a democratic party, but they were still the same fuckers. So basically this guy's an independent that's pretending to be independent, but he's not. He had a zero fund campaign, so basically he didn't have any money for his campaign, but he became like extremely popular on TikTok overnight, right? which, because I was keeping in touch with my family and my sister was supporting him, and I told him, okay, so if this guy has no money, no nothing, tell me how did he do it. I want to do the same. I want to go on a new platform, make an account, and become like one of the biggest people on there. But yeah, anyway, he is planted there by the Russians. He wants to push Romania towards Russia, and basically there was a forum of judges that decided, well, we need to look into this before the elections, because it looked like the elections were heavily manipulated with Russian, basically Russian, I'm missing the word, involvement. And that they did find the ties to the guy. They did use even like, even influencers paid by Russia to promote this guy and stuff like that. So yeah, it's all a show.
It's very interesting. It shows you how they can manipulate through the propaganda, because everything I read led me to believe that everything I read was, here's a guy who he did all the right things to get on the ticket. He played by the rules, and there's supposedly a democratic process, and he did all that, and they're trying to paint it like they're disregarding that. They're like, powerful people arbitrarily just said, yeah, you can't run. And so they're painting him as a victim.
I thought the same. Initially, I thought the same. And I was like, even before the elections took place, right? I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe somehow Romania woke up. Maybe an independent good guy came in and everybody believed him and stuff like that, right? But I was still surprised that he got so much support. Like, show me anywhere an independent candidate coming out of nowhere and becoming like the most popular above any main party or whatever, right? Well, in Romania, in a lot of other countries, there's more than two parties, like the main two, at least, like you have in the US. But imagine one guy coming as an independent and becoming more known and popular and famous and on TV than Trump and Biden, right, in the campaign. That's impossible. But I was like, well, maybe it happened. Maybe Romania somehow woke up. But then I saw a video, one guy, like very popular, they create a lot of different content, but a popular YouTuber, he just, basically one day he sat down and he went through newspaper archives from like 20 plus years ago and looked up everything involving this guy. And it's all about, him funneling money from the government and funneling money towards this main party that's hand in hand with Russia. So it, you can follow the breadcrumbs and you find out what type of a person he is. But yeah.
You have to admit, it's not a particularly good look, though, when they deny somebody the ability to be on the ticket. I would think that if the Romanians were smart people, you just let the guy run and then nobody would vote for him. It's like, it always makes me curious when people go, yeah, we're not going to let you vote for this guy. I'm like, even if he's a bad guy, that should be my determination. I never cared for it when the government says, no, we're going to decide who your choices are. I'm like, I don't care if he's the most evil motherfucker in the world. Put him up on there and let the people decide.
Yeah, but do you know how,
you see
like, similar to a lot of people in the US, they're mostly influenced by what they see on TV. And when, I don't know, I'm not saying it's as deep, but in Romania, all the main TV stations are owned by politicians. Like, the politicians have a hand in those TV stations. So basically what people get on TV, and that's what they believe, because, over there's still a lot of people who are like, well, I've heard this and it's true because it was on TV. So for them, if it's on TV, it's the truth and you can take it to the bank. So,
there's almost no place you can go for accurate information.
Yeah. So if bad guy 1 controls the news station and tells everyone, well, bad guy 2 is a good guy, everybody's going to go and vote. So I was shocked as well. I do feel like it's an overreach, maybe. I think there should have been like just a bigger kind of opening of what they found, like make sure that people are aware of all their findings and then let the voting be, done again.
Yeah, I think that would be the right path.
Yeah.
I might be a little hypersensitive to it because that's precisely what they tried to do with Trump. They knew they couldn't beat him. They knew beforehand that the country overwhelmingly supported him, or at least enough support was there for him to win. So what the Democrats said to them is, we can't beat this guy. and then so it's a form of cheating to say, well, we can't beat him because of all of his supporters are going to elect him. So here's what we're going to do: we're going to lock him up, or we'll charge him with crimes so he can't even run. And see, that's antithetical to a democratic process.
Yeah,
to tell people that some overlord is going to tell you, yeah, you don't get a choice in this. We're going to go ahead and we're just going to tell you right up front that this guy's no good. Trump's no good, so you're not allowed to vote for him. Now, fortunately, in America, we told him to go fuck themselves, and he will be on the ticket. He will run, and then obviously he ended up getting elected. But that's what they tried to do here, was by saying, we're like, listen, we have a democratic process. You follow the rules, you get on the ticket, and you let the people vote. And if the people are dumb enough to vote you in, then they get that. But this concept of we're going to have an overlord class who will determine who can even run it runs afoul of democracy. Now, I'm not saying that was what was in play there, but I'm just saying I saw them try to do that same tactic with Trump, and it failed.
Yeah, but look, Pyro, the thing is here, from what I understood, the main argument was that the guy claimed that he had zero funds for campaign, right? Because he came in as an independent. So if another party would be funding him, it would be quite obvious he's not independent and he's just someone's puppet, right? So he claimed that he had zero campaign funds, and then they found, the money trail basically straight to Russia. So that's another country influencing your elections. So that was the main criteria for basically, I guess, kicking him out from the election process. Because imagine China
it may have been actual. It may have been factual there. I know they tried that with Trump. In fact, there's people in the United States to this very day who still run around saying Trump was a Russian operative. It's the most ridiculous thing, at least anybody paying attention. But that's the whole idea, is that Trump got elected because of the Russians. It's like, for us, the Democrats here, or the left-wing party, the minute a candidate is someone that they feel like they can't beat on policies, they immediately go with it's a Russian. They tried it with Tulsi Gabbard too. She was a senator from Hawaii, served her country. She served in uniform, been in harm's way. I mean, just lived her life in an exemplary fashion. And the minute she turned her back on the Democratic Party, specifically went up against the Clintons, the first thing they come out with was, "Oh, she's a Russian spy." I'm like, man, that's some nasty shit. She's a Russian spy, so therefore, she should be precluded from everything. So I don't know about Romania, but in the United States, that's kind of the go-to thing when you can't beat the other guy, is to right off the bat start screaming Russians.
Yeah.
I'm like, let the people decide,
Well,
and that's what we did here. I mean, and we ended up with Trump, and anybody who really believes that Trump is a Russian asset they got bigger issues to deal with. I can't help them. I'm never going to reach that kind of person. So I don't know. It's tough, man. Having a democratic process is tough. Allowing the people to have a free choice in who they're governed by. You think it would be a very transparent process, and you think it would be very easy to institute. But unfortunately, people have found ways to game the system. And then what you end up with is people who are manipulating the system. They'll tell people they're doing it for their own good, but it usually entails some form of overlord or some sort of controls.
look, the thing is on this, imagine you would have Trump saying, well, I don't have any funds for the campaign, so I'm on TV, I have posters everywhere, I have ads, I have whatever, but there's no money involved. And then you find, let's say, wire transfers from, let's say, China, right? Let's not go with Russia. Let's say China, direct money transfer, billions transferred to Trump. That, he goes as a candidate for presidency and saying he doesn't have any funds for his campaign. But you see obvious, like an actual campaign. It's not just him posting on X or stuff like that. So it's more like that, because it's a clear path where another country, basically big power in the world, is funding one guy, and the guy is saying, well, I have no funds, I'm just independent.
It's not unique. I mean, campaign finances are the big topic of conversation a lot in the United States. Everybody wants big money out of campaigns, but then you get into, well, shouldn't a person be able to spend their money to support their candidate? And if I have more money than my neighbor Bob, why should I be limited? And so we instituted laws here. There's limits on how much an individual can give. But then we have this thing where, super PACs can be given money there's always a workaround. You don't give the money straight to your candidate. You can give it to a political action committee, and they can buy advertisements to disparage their opponent or promote their guy. And it's all done under the legality of, well, none of this has anything to do with the candidate. The candidate's not involved in that. But yeah, campaign finance reform is a particularly interesting topic. You got the George Soros on one side. In America, we got people that don't even live in America, same as Russians trying to affect a Romanian election. We have people from all over the world who want to involve themselves in American politics, and they're big money. And you, on one side of the aisle, you'll have the George Soros type and all of them. Then on the other side, you have the Koch brothers and them. So the Republicans and Democrats alike both have big money. The interesting ones are when the foreigners begin to spend the money, and that's a particularly touchy subject for me. But, how you can stop big money from influencing elections is that's the holy grail. It's interesting, Preacher, in light of Trump and Elon Musk, their efforts to shut down the fraud, waste, and abuse with the American tax dollars, they've identified all of this, it's money laundering. They're taking money straight out of our taxpayers' pockets, and they're claiming to be do-gooders around the world, feeding little hungry children and what have you. But the truth of the matter is it's going to all these organizations that are nothing more than fronts. They're just money laundering operations that funnel the money back to politicians, friends, and family members, and that sort of business. So it's a way for politicians to get rich off of taxpayers, and all they got to do is, it's like a boomerang. They throw that money out, and it goes through Europe in the form of aid, but it ends up back in the pockets of a politician. And Americans have had enough of it. It's the same with the support for the Ukrainian war. Americans just said no more war. It's not a debate about whether it's a moral purpose or it's a good war or a bad war, or either side being a good guy or bad guy. We just said we can't afford it anymore. We're broke, we're bankrupt, and man, I love you, bro, but I can't loan you any more money. And instantly we have become the pariah. There's been all sorts of nasty things said about America and all of that. And I'm like, it's interesting that as long as the money was flowing and billions of dollars were flowing into all these organizations, we were the greatest thing since sliced bread. But once you say, hey man, things are tough here, we can't pay anymore, and we're cocksuckers after that. I'm like, okay, I see how it is.
Boy, looking at the charts a bit, basically everything that I have on my watch list is down, over 1%, most of them, quite heavy down, but AMC is down like 0.57. So far AMC is the only one that's in the red, less than 1%, with the rest of the market dipping.
Bitcoin's falling like a stone. A lot of stuff about the Bitcoin maxis. Got all excited thinking that Trump was going to announce that the United States government was going to invest in crypto, and I think I think they got out over their skis a little bit. I think that what they really said was that the United States is going to keep whatever crypto they seize, like the Silk Road seizures and all that they would sit on some of that. But I think that's in stark contrast to the people who are running around acting like that Trump is just going to start spending, going to direct the Treasury to start investing in Bitcoin. I think in no small part, some of that's what we're seeing is the realization kicking in that that's not what Trump said, that merely declaring that they're going to hold the Bitcoin that they already have, or that they're going to embrace it because they have some of it through seizures. That's different than than implying that they're going to, like I said, have Treasury start or have the government literally start investing in it. So I don't know if that has anything to do with the falling values right now or not, but the timing of it is suspicious.
I wouldn't mind if
Fix it, sit on it, and sell it at higher prices instead of just selling it after seizure. Yeah, that's kind of how I read it, Tick.
I would see Bitcoin again at like 20 or 30,000. I would probably talk with the wife to see if we can get a bit more.
Andy, it makes me wonder if they bring enough gunite with them on those two massive trucks, or if they have to run and get another load, you know, while one truck is pumping it. If he ran, picked up another, gets refilled and comes back. Yeah.
Apparently some Democrat NGOs have started attacking Tesla dealerships. That's crazy.
Yeah, the party of peace.
Yeah.
They got videos of people out. Somebody was in their car with their family going through Mardi Gras, and some lunatic ran up and started bashing the windows. I think he broke one of the windows. I just can't imagine having the mindset of seeing a vehicle that represents a political party that's in opposition to your views with a family in it, and somehow think that it's okay just to run up and attack the vehicle. If nothing else, the terrorization of the children inside would warrant me getting out and taking a golf club and just turning your head into a canoe. I just, for whatever reason, this guy had the self-discipline or he's smart enough to just drive away. I think those Teslas all have video cameras on them, so they capture all the evidence, and maybe he's going to turn that over to the authorities, what have you. But in America, the Democratic Party is becoming increasingly violent, and it's amazing to me because they're the ones who, during the election time, accused Republicans or conservatives of being fascist or being violent or murderous and what have you. And it's the weirdest phenomenon that simultaneously, while they espouse all these ideas, you'll see their constituents, the people who align with them, running around acting in this fashion. It's the craziest thing. Same ones who are, there have been no fewer than I think 6 TikTokers and libs on various what do you call it, social media platforms, calling for, they're not hinting around or tiptoeing around it or making vague statements. They're literally verbatim saying that they should kill Trump and kill Musk. And I want to ask each and every one of them, are these the rules? Are the rules now that you agree to play by? That the one side who can kill the other side's leaders, they win. It's just amazing. I don't know if it's attention seeking. I lack the ability to decide whether they're serious, if they believe the dumb shit that comes out of their mouth, like I said, or they're just lonely people with vacuous lives who need somebody to engage with them, and they think, I'm going to say this really outlandish and repugnant shit, and in hope that somebody will engage with me. Kind of like bad attention is better than none. I know this, there was a time in America, and I get the whole free speech and all that. I'm a free speech guy too, but you don't get to call for violence or the murder of another person. There's laws against that sort of thing, because unfortunately we have mentally handicapped people in this country who will hear that, they'll see virtue in it and maybe act on it. And it's so, I don't understand how they're getting away with it. Maybe I'm missing out on the whole picture, but I've never before in my lifetime seen a place where after an election people could go out and just openly declare war, physical war on the winning party. Like, well, we lost, so we're going to kill your guy. Crazy stuff. But here we are. And it's one side engaged on it. One. I never heard a single person advocate for assassinating Obama. Never heard it. Heard a lot of filthy shit said about it, a lot of nasty things said. Never heard a single person. Never saw a military person in uniform say, I'm not going to follow his orders. No, he's the president of the United States. There's a chain of command. The people have spoken. In the United States, the civilians control the military, and he's the boss man now. But for whatever reason, the Democrats are becoming increasingly radical. I think it's because they're imploding. They're really reaching the end, as evidenced by the lunatics that they have, the purple hairs, you just look at them and they physically look like they're damaged. They don't even have to talk or share ideas with you. Just their appearance alone speaks to someone who is imbalanced. So we're going to be fun to see how it's dealt with going forward.
Look at that. AMC and VIX in the green, everything else red. Nice to see.
I'd like to think it's because they can't lower AMC any farther.
Can you imagine?
I want to believe. I mean, it's bias confirmation. Yeah, but I want to believe that so bad. It's logical. It makes sense. You go, why would it be green when the entire market is falling like a stone? And the answer is, well, they can't. If they lower it any more, money will flood in. They've gone so far overboard with this thing that it shouldn't even be where it's at now, and they risk. If they lower it any more and lower, when I say lower it, if the price falls any farther, they run the risk of money just pouring in. People who, like myself, have said, yeah, no more, or I've got enough, or I'm not. There'll be a point where you go, well, this is practically free. They're just giving this shit away now. I'll take some of it. It's like a 90% off coupon.
Can you imagine
It's
those
no
that are
different than
still?
if I go to Walmart and buy like toilet paper. I mean, we may have 400 rolls of toilet paper at my house, but if Mr. Pirate calls me from the store and says they've got toilet paper at 95% off, I'm going to say, you know, we'll bring a truckload of it home, because we're not going to stop wiping our ass. It's just one of those things where they'll get it so cheap they have no choice. I apologize for interrupting you, Preacher. Please continue.
I just wanted to mention about those that are shorting AMC at $3. Like, imagine how much they're digging the hole. Like at this point, it's insane. They're fucking themselves so hard.
Well, I mean, it's their logic. If they shorted at $3 and it goes to $1.50, they double their money.
Yeah.
That begs the question, though. If it goes to $1.50, yeah, they may close their shorts there and double their money. But what does that do to the ape community who sees AMC at $1.50? Yeah. So again, it could trigger a flood of buying that their system can't support.
Well, they're gonna push it into the dark pools as much as they can, but so. That's why I hope, this lit exchange comes as fast as possible. I mean, I saw a post mentioning that they should be going live in Q4, so by the end of the year. Probably it's going to be US only in the first phase, but US is going to be, it's still the biggest pool of apes are in the US, so that's going to be the biggest impact. Just hope it will happen with enough time left that they would extend it to the rest of the world as well, or well, I'll be selfish and say at least to Europe, because then I feel like I would be part of the movement to start the squeeze, because as I mentioned on previous occasions, if even a chunk of, I don't want to make an estimation, because saying half of the apes, that's like 2 million people almost, but if a big part of the ape community moves their shares into lit exchange, into an exchange that's not gonna use dark pools and hide the trades, that's already gonna be like a big exposure, and might even be the trigger for a short squeeze. I do imagine that they're gonna do everything they can to try to block it, to block lit exchange from going live, but yeah. Okay, need to step away for a moment. My daughter needs some assistance. Be right back.
Oh yeah.
Is it from my dog? He's becoming a lap dog, even though he's getting bigger. He just likes sitting on my lap. Oh. Yeah, great if I have the same X acting up. I don't know if it's DDoS or something else is going on, but Pirate, do you have any issues with X? Maybe it's just for those that don't have a premium account, and is there a way of...
Man, I got up this morning and I was so excited with all the activity. I snapped like 6 pictures and I immediately added them to my Discord account, but I haven't added anything to X. I posted some stuff. There was a video of some girl running a track meet, and the black girl whacked another girl in the back of the head with a baton. I thought it was the funniest shit I heard.
I saw that.
And I did this real funny post about how it was made to be funny, about how that she was showing. Well, the whole thing was like a satire that I wrote, and I got attacked viciously this morning about how it wasn't funny. It's not something to make fun of. I'm like, Jesus Christ, people, lighten up. You know, I'm trying to draw. It's my way of drawing attention to something that I see that is clearly a problem, and my approach to it was to try to make fun of it. But there's so many people that are so eager to find something to be pissed off about. So I did get some posts or reactions this morning from Twitter. Unfortunately, I haven't tried to post anything myself recently. I can't tell you that. Take a quick look here and see what's up. No, my feed is still like updating, still showing new content. No, now that I mentioned that, the same, when I turned it on this morning, the first thing that popped up on my feed was Jim Cramer, his dumbass, saying something about a correspondence dinner. And it's the same post that's up there now. So
yeah, that's the thing. I'm not getting you.
I'm not getting any new.
Yeah,
and I'm getting the little circle that spins around like the data is downloading. I'm getting that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then it means that even premium accounts are like that. And I wanted to check, for example, Adam Aaron's profile to see if he posted something new, because I saw that he apparently something about Mario, but even that's not working now. It's telling me something went wrong. Try reloading, and keep doing it. I keep getting the same. So it's not about being outside of US, it seems, and it's not about being a free or paid account.
Malye said that he had to exit it completely and reload it.
Yeah, I did that already. That's what kind of got me some posts, but even that, it's like I got like a handful of posts and no more.
And then it freezes up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody's fucking about.
By the way, regarding the fact that I wasn't around that much last week, because I was spending some time with the family during the day, and in the evenings I started watching Yellowstone. So for anyone that didn't see it, I can wholeheartedly recommend it. It's
Good stuff, ain't it? Yeah.
it's
Really
such a
stuff.
good movie. It's like, yeah, I had to find, and I saw also the fifth season, the last one. So because the first four were available on Netflix, and I thought that's it, but then I found out there's a fifth one. It's such a good movie with so many highs and lows, and
Rich characters.
Yeah,
Rich character development. Yeah. If you can't find somebody in that show to identify with, then there's no hope for you.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna, at some point, I think I'm gonna rewatch it, even though, once you watch a movie or even play a game or whatever, you know what's gonna happen, you know what to expect. But yeah, it's such a good movie. It's really, if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor and take a gander.
I might be wrong on this, Preacher, because the wife and I just started watching Yellowstone ourselves. In fact, we've only seen like the first 3 episodes, so we've just scratched the surface. But it's come to my attention that they have a prequel. It was so successful. They did one that showed essentially how when the Westwood won and the westward expansion, still the Indians and all that.
Okay.
I don't know that it was as popular, but it does give you a little something extra if you're still hungry for more when you get finished watching that. Before you watch it a second time, maybe you might want to watch that prequel.
Yeah, I'll look into it. And also last night I was watching Nobody. So again,
That's a good one. That's a good movie.
For anyone that didn't see it, also like such an entertaining movie. My God, it was so good.
Yeah, it's not a series. That's just a movie. But yeah, highly recommend that. Not everything is what it appears, is it?
Yeah. I was joking with some friends that like it would be nice to see a movie, another movie between, John Wick versus Nobody.
That actor earned a lot of my respect because he's the same actor that played on Breaking Bad. Sal, he played the character Sal, the attorney, slimy ambulance chasing attorney that had his office in a strip mall. He was kind of a bumbling buffoon, and to see him go from that to essentially a super secret agent spy, natural born killer guy, showed the breadth of his acting abilities, and I was impressed by that.
And a lot of it is also down to the cinematography. It's not just the action, but the way it's filmed.
Yeah.
My God, it's so good. It's so well made.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Don't wanna spoil it for anyone that maybe didn't watch it and wanna see it. There's so many good scenes in there.
That's a movie where the constant revelations as they reveal more and more about the character. You start out in a state of confusion, nothing quite makes sense. You say to yourself, none of this is logical, but that adds to the magic of it. At least it did for me, because the farther you went along, you started to discover these things about the characters, and it added to the anticipation, the excitement. Yeah, I was a big fan of that one when it came out.
By the way, talking about movies and well, it's it's AMC. I saw some post on X over the weekend that now AMC has cinemas in, I think, in Saudi Arabia or something like that, and they expect to see around 1 billion per year income from that. So I don't know how that came to pass, but if that's the case, yeah, I'm all for it.
Hayes and Bluetooth. Yes, I am pleased to announce the alternator was fixed. I came out of that victorious. In the end, Mrs. Pirate had taken the alternator back again. They bench checked it. They insisted that there was nothing wrong with it. Turned into a pretty nasty argument. She brought it home. They said, well, put it on the car and bring the car back. She said, well, my husband said that could damage the computers. So they kind of painted me into a corner where I couldn't prove what I was saying. I lost my patience and finally said, listen, I put the alternator back on the car base. I had her and my son drive it over there. I risked melting the computer because it was putting out way too much. It wasn't that it wasn't making electricity, it was making a ridiculous amount. So we carried it over there, and the girl at the auto place got in the car, finally said, oh yeah, but this is your car's issue. Our alternator we sold you is just fine. It's your car now. I'm like, oh, okay. It's an electrical issue. You got bad wiring, a bad ground. You need a wiring harness. I'm like, these fucking people. So they're like, Mrs. Pirate went back and said, my husband has directed me to say he wants to return this one and go with a new one like you wanted in the first place. And they got really nasty. They said, yeah, we're not returning the old one. You already installed it on the car. There's nothing wrong with it. We're not taking it back. And that was where I had to go. I went full dickhead on. I said, well, I'll tell you what, I just want another one. So we literally, I said, I'm willing to spend $400 to prove that I'm right and you're wrong. And that was when we noticed that instantly we watched a change in there. They're like, oh, okay, well, because my point was I'm just here to buy an alternator, but I want a new one this time for this car. And they knew what I was going to do. So then they had one, they ordered it, it showed up, but they refused to swap it out. So as you might guess, we installed it on the car and it worked perfectly. And then they did the old, oh, well, we're sorry, we can't figure out how this happened. I'm like, you fucking people, but it didn't matter. I had to literally buy another alternator. And it was anxiety inducing for me because if I was wrong, I was going to buy a $400 alternator, bring it home, put it on the car, and have the same event happen on the dashboard. And then I was stuck with not one, but two, and the car was still broken. So I can't begin to tell you how pleased I was. I was vindicated in every aspect of it. All from something that was unnecessary if they had just done what I asked for in the beginning and sell me a new one. It turns out it was the internal regulator. Like I told him it wasn't that it wouldn't make electricity, it was making way too much. And in some ways, giving a car too much electricity can do more damage than not enough. And that's how you start melting wires and all that sort of thing. But yeah, he's been driving now for 2 or 3 days and running like a new vehicle again. And then they were nice. They apologized to the missus and they took the old piece of shit one back and they refunded it and all of that. But it made me furious because I thought to myself, how many people would have just waved the white flag and either had the car taken to a dealership or a mechanic. I understand the parts place because I think they're plagued with people who try to steal. They'll buy a part and then bring their old one back and claim that it didn't work. And we tried to express upon them that it wasn't our intention to get a free alternator. The problem was the car wasn't fixed. And But it took 3 days. I'm thinking of all the shit I've worked on, Maze, in my entire life. I can't remember a time where it took me 3 fucking days to do an alternator on a car. But that's way to hold or bounce it. Yeah, it happens, Maze. It was funny when Mrs. Pirate finally just threw the credit card down and she said, listen, we're not arguing with you about whether the one you sold us is bad or not. Obviously, you don't want to take it back, that's fine. He would just like to buy a new one, please. What? The brand new one, not the remanufactured one. The one back there on the shelf, can we have that, please? $400, here's your money. And they knew, I guess, when they saw us committed to paying another $400 that was just the point that I was at. I was like, man, there's no other way I'm going to be able to prove that this is what's wrong. That was when they started the old, okay, well, when you take this new one out of the box, make sure your hands are clean. Don't get greasy fingerprints all over it, because we'll let you put it on there to prove that there's nothing wrong. And their implication was that I was going to put the brand new one on and the conditions were going to remain, and then I would see the light that the first one that they sold me was fine, but it was a non-starter, because when I put the brand new one on there, everything worked perfect, and I gave them that old piece of shit back and said, here, you can take this junk and stick it up your ass. But it was funny that was their admonition was, make sure your hands are clean. We're working with you a little bit. We're going to give you a brand new one to try out, but we'll take it back once you see that this isn't the problem. We'll take it back. And fortunately, we didn't have to go down that road because there was no taking it back. I kept the brand new one that worked and gave them the one that they sold me that was a pile of shit back.
Heard about other shops, not necessarily mechanics, but for other parts as well, where they get something returned and they just repackage it and resell it.
Yep, put it right back on the shelf, sell it to the next guy. Yep. Electrical stuff is funny. If you, generally speaking, if you buy electrical stuff from a car, it's non-returnable. And I understand why. If it's hooked up improperly and you can ruin it. Just installing it wrong, you can melt it down, just like a computer motherboard. The same way. So I understand when people say, listen, we're going to sell you this electrical component for your car. Just make sure it's what you want, because you're not bringing it back here. Because what happens is people are immoral. They hook it up wrong. They don't know what they're doing. And instead of taking ownership for their mistake, they try to screw the supplier over by returning the part. So I completely understand why they have a no return policy on electrical stuff. But if you sell me something that out of the gate doesn't work, that's a different animal. And the problem we ran into with this was they had their little bench check where you could take an alternator in, they set it down on their bench, they hook a little pulley up to it and they spin it, and then it shows that it's making electricity, and in their mind it's good to go. And they say, well, see, it's making electricity, because normally that's an alternator either makes electricity or it doesn't. But the problem I had with it was that I never claimed that it wasn't making electricity. I said that it had a voltage regulator issue, and their bench test method wasn't refined enough. It was kind of like a light bulb. Well, it comes on or it comes off.
Yeah,
well,
you need like a multimeter connected to it to see exactly what it's putting out.
And that's what I did. I hooked it up to the car, and when it went, it spiked to almost 19 volts.
Oh yeah.
And the girl's argument was, I'm like, look, it's a 12 volt system. A fully topped off battery might go to 14 volts. Or when you start a car up and your alternator's running, it might be 12.9. And when you rev the engine up, it calls for electricity. Maybe it outputs 14.5 or something.
Yeah,
But to
19
go
is
to
crazy.
18, 19 volts, I'm like, listen, there's limits to this. And the girl literally looked Mrs. Pirate in the face and said, well, the higher the engine revs, the more electricity it makes. I'm like, no. She told me right there that she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I'm like, what? To infinity? Like if I redline my car to 5,000 RPMs, what it's going to make like 100 volts? At what point do wires start melting down and the smoke start coming out from the dashboard?
All the fuses
But that's
get
the
blown
point
and
where you know
everything.
you're dealing with somebody you don't know what they're talking about. Yeah.
I'm gonna step away for a bit. I'm gonna go and check in on the family. See, because I think there's some rain coming in, and there's something that I wanted to get done. If it starts raining, I can't. So I'm gonna be back soon, but yeah, might be away for a bit.
All right, man.
So
Come back when you can.
yeah. See you in a bit.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, Maze says glad it worked out. Thank you, Maze. I'm glad it worked out too. Listen, in the end, it was really I was kind of emotionally invested in it because both my boys, I have two young young men, and their opinion means a great deal to me, as you can imagine. And I had planted my flag on how, I'm wrong and everybody else is right. And I made no bones about it. And it was important to me that, I don't want to be one of those guys to continually be wrong in my son's eyes because it'll diminish their respect for me. And for me, repairing things or fixing things is something I'm particularly passionate about because it's what I've done my entire life. And I try not to, talk about things that I'm unsure of. So it had become almost a badge, a matter of honor for me because I kind of felt like it was me against, the whole world on this thing. And they had become involved in it, helping their mother carry the parts back and forth and what have you. So I took a lot of pride in the fact that in the end of that I was vindicated. So, and again, they know that it's a possibility, and on a regular, I don't want to say a regular basis, that their father will be wrong, that I'm fallible, I'm a human being, but I wanted them to still believe that if it's something I dig my heels in on, and I'm adamant about it, and I don't, I'll make it very clear that they can count on me for good counsel, and it worked out in my favor. The last thing I want to do at this stage of their lives is to plant my flag on hills and then be wrong repeatedly, because eventually they would start to question my decision-making abilities, and rightfully they should. So yeah, this was a big win for us here, for me personally. children, my oldest has left. He's flown, caught a commercial flight back to South Florida, visiting with his college girlfriend. They are taking a class to get certified on what's called tail draggers. In the airplane world, some of these small airplanes, they have you have tricycle wheels, which was a little bitty nose landing gear wheel, and then your two main gears, and hence, it's like a tricycle. But a tail dragger, an airplane, is the two main gears, and then it has a little tiny wheel all the way in the back. The tail, named tail wheel. And he had an opportunity to go to a class, do the groundwork, and then fly one and get certified, signed off, if you will, on that particular kind of aircraft. And it's something that'll help him when he gets his certification to be a instructor. And they found a opportunity, a discount, if you will, some sort of a coupon type situation where a couple of them got to go at once. His girlfriend is a pilot as well. So they're down south. Hopefully they won't get weathered. They had a small window to do it in 2 days or so. So we've got a lot going on around here. I did some other minor repair work. My 22, 23-year-old truck developed some corrosion I've shared with the class. And some of it had rusted around the windshield where the rubber seal encapsulates the windshield. And as a result, when it would rain heavily, water would make its way inside the cab, would run down under the dashboard and wet my circuit breaker panel, which is never good. All sorts of bad things can come from that. So we did a combat repair. We just smeared some RTV, some sealant around the windshield sealant. And despite the deluge that we had in the last 2 days, I'm proud to report there was no water on the floor mat of my truck. So it would appear for the moment that we have resolved that little issue. We're putting points on the board. We're getting one win after another around here. Yeah, I know, Andy. It's a constant war around here between myself and the squirrels. No quarter asked, none given, though. They come around here, they do so at their own peril. That's all I can tell you. This pirate is in a wonderful mood today, all smiles. See our pool starting to take shape. It's no longer just a big hole in the ground, an eyesore with jagged edges and steel and all that. It's sort of like when you do a house flip and you go and you do a lot of interior demolition, all that. It looks like holy hell forever, and then finally, for us, it's when you get the drywall up. You start hanging drywall sheets again and covering the stud. You start to see the finished product coming back around, and that's usually a turning point. That's kind of where she's at. These guys are getting after it, though. There's at least, I don't know, a dozen men here, and I think one of them is a English-speaking white man, Anglo-Saxon. I know why. Mr. Price says, you know why? He's driving that truck. You have to have a CDL drive. You have to have a commercial driver's license to drive those big trucks. So today is the first day where we saw people on the job site that require a skill that requires, certifications, if you will. But yep, I thought of the same thing earlier, Sandy. I said that's the reason. Working motherfuckers, though, I can tell you that. We have seen them for days on end start at 7:30 promptly, and with nothing more than maybe a 15 or 30-minute lunch. Work well into the evening. 7 o'clock was regular, so 12-hour day was the minimum. Now, I guess they're being paid piecework on this. I'm assuming the way this is done, each one of these little projects are broken up by the pool company. One set of guys does the digging, one set of guys does the carpentry work, setting up the forms, putting in the pipes, what have you. This crew's doing the gunite. The tile guys, I'm certain, will be different. So I've had to guess, each one of them probably looks at the blueprints and just gives a fixed price for his part of the job. I think that's what would explain their eagerness to be in and out. The faster they get it done, the more their pay per hour equates to. Noticed a lot of the chatter on Twitter, at least before it broke down, that a couple of congressmen are advocating for putting a cap on credit card rates at 10%. Every day, I find a new reason to be more disappointed in elected leaders. They have zero concept of what they're talking about. This governing by feel good, this virtue signaling, this I'm going to look out for people and help the little guy. And more often than not, they fuck the very people they think they're helping. For starters, if you refuse to allow a credit card issuer to charge any more than, say, 10%, the very first thing they'll do is the people with risky credit, the ones who pay a higher interest rate because they're shaky on whether or not you can even get the money back or not, they're going to be denied credit cards. So right off the bat, people are refused credit cards. So now they have nothing. They never make allowances for the fact that there's a reason. Somebody who pays 18% on a credit card, there's a reason for that. And that fallacy, they're trying to push this notion that somehow or another people are being taken advantage of by being charged 18%. I'm like, no, they're being treated exactly as they should be. Because if you have good credit, you don't pay 18%. See, they fail to recognize one of the basic tenets of money goes where it's treated best. There is a flood of money out there just waiting to be loaned to people because people want to return. They'll gladly loan you money. They'll gladly let you use a credit card if they can make a little money off of you. What they don't want to do is enter into an agreement where they pay for something and they never get their money back. But it's this amazing thing that they think that everyone is the same, like it's all a monolithic block. Nobody should pay more than 10% for a credit card. I'm like, that is so childlike to think that way. There's people who pay literally zero interest, very little, because it's a virtual guarantee that they're going to pay their bills. So they consider those people such a secure lock. It's such a guaranteed deal that the lenders are willing to take less because there's no risk in it. The amount of interest that's charged to a credit card user is a direct reflection on their credit and their history and whether or not it's a risky play or not. It's as simple as that. And these morons run around Washington thinking that they can make it, all the evil banks are charging too much for credit cards. I'm like, so your alternative is to say you don't get any credits? What they think they're going to do is they think they're going to put a gun to somebody's head and say, you're going to give everybody credit cards and the max is going to be 10%. Like, it doesn't work that way. What they're going to do now is refuse to give credit cards to some people. How did that help anybody? Once again, you have people in charge who don't know what they're doing, and they believe they're doing good and helping somebody, and because they're uninformed about the subject, all they're going to end up doing is hurting somebody. Eventually, somebody who might have got a credit card for, I don't know, 12%, 13, 14, 18%, whatever the number is, now and then they could use, hotel rooms, rental cars, whatever. They're going to be told now, no, you don't get a credit card, none. Well, why not? Because we're not allowed to charge you more than 10%. And I'm not loaning you money at 10% because that math ends up with me being broke, because 100 people with your credit score, 30% of them won't pay the money back. So we'll end up bankrupt. It's like they don't understand. Nobody is out to hurt or harm anybody. They're just trying to make money. And if they believe that the person holding the credit card won't pay it back, that doesn't work. They won't stay in business very long. So what they say, it's like anything else. They say, I'll take the risk. I understand that certain people like you don't pay the money back, But if for 15%, I'll loan you the money, because the ones who stiff me for it, I'll make up for it by the extra few points I get off the other people. Again, that doesn't stop the virtue signaling from Washington one bit. Somebody else made the same point I did, or something similar to it, and the rebuttal to that was well, maybe they should force maybe nobody should be denied a credit card. It's that same thing. This is what happened in the housing market. The same thing happened with houses, was when they told everybody gets a home mortgage. The liar's loans, the no income loans, no job. You didn't have to prove you had a job, you didn't have to prove an income, and they still gave you a mortgage. And then everybody scratched their head while a bunch of people went into foreclosure 2 years later. Like, you should have never given them the loan in the first place. But all that need to sound like they're taking care, everybody's being treated quote unquote equally. And this is what you end up with. Somebody said, well, if you deny them the credit card, because if they pass a law that says you can't charge more than 10%, and then you say, okay, well, then I'm not giving credit cards to people have less than good credit, because I can't adjust the risk reward ratio, where will they get their loans? And somebody else said, well, pawn shops. So it's okay if they go to a pawn shop or payday loan brokers, go get a payday loan. They're not capping them at 10%, just the credit cards. So then somebody else said, well, then maybe we should cap them at 10%. Price controls never work. Doesn't work ever, anytime, full stop. But that was their argument. It was, okay, let's say pawn shops aren't allowed to charge more than 10%, and payday loans aren't allowed to charge more than 10%. You see where I'm going with this? It's like, okay, well, now you pass those laws, those people will just do the same thing. What you'll end up with a group of people who can't get credit anywhere other than a loan shark, the guy who'll break your legs if you don't pay the money back. And I don't know how that's good for people, but here we are. Crazy to me that America's founding principles are freedom, independence, all those words. And it's like, credit cards are an agreement between two private parties. It's an agreement between my wife and a bank or a lending institution somewhere, or a credit card company. Somebody who has the ability to allow me to walk into Walmart, fill a cart full of shit, and as I leave, instead of paying cash, I'm allowed to swipe a card. Now that card, that lending institution, they pay Walmart. Walmart gets paid the moment we leave the store. The money goes from the lending institution to Walmart. So the baked potatoes, the beans, and the cornbread mix all gets paid for. The difference is I haven't paid for it yet. It's not an incredibly complicated concept. So this thing that the government should get, that's an agreement between my bank and Mrs. Pirate. They say, listen, we'll let you go buy anything you want. We will pay the bill for you instantaneously. You just pay us, whether it's a little bit each month or at the end of the month, and we're going to charge you a few dollars on top of that for our effort. We're going to make it convenient for you, but we're going to make money off of you. And we're like, deal. That's a deal. Done deal. It's a mystery to me why the government feels like they need to involve themselves into that. See, nobody puts a gun to my head and makes me use a credit card that's at 20%, 18%. Well, I don't care if it's 50%. It's my choice. They never ask for a moment, what is it about a particular person that makes it to where the only credit card they can get is at a really high interest rate? See, they skip over that because that involves personal responsibility, taking ownership for your own actions. Because I promise you, you pay your bills on time, you're not a cheat or a thief, meaning you charge things and refuse to pay for them, you'll be rewarded because the bank doesn't need to fuck you in the ass to make money off a credit card. They're happy with, they get 3% from Walmart right off the bat, and then they get a little something from you if you don't pay at the end of the month. So they don't need to charge 20, 18, 15% to make money. They're already making a killing. What they need to do is make sure that everybody's playing by the rules, i.e. not charging shit and refusing to pay. So it drives me nuts when I see it, with all the uninformed people running around. All those people are so eager to be victims or claim that the system's rigged against them. First question is, let's dig into what you've done as a person, and we'll see if maybe there's a reason why you can only get a credit card that has a high interest rate. Maybe work on that. Censor content said, don't buy it if you can't afford it. Yeah, I like it censored. Let's just do that. For starters, if you can't pay for it at the end of the month, don't buy it in the first fucking place. But all these people, CC, that are running around screaming, oh, the big evil banks are screwing me because nobody will give me a credit card for under 20%. I'm like, that's not how it works. There's evidence out there that you cheat people. You're the thief. You're the one who's using a credit card to buy shit and then not making your payments. That makes you the bad guy, not the bank. But that doesn't, you can't get between somebody and their victimhood. Yep, they're spraying all this wall now. They finally got it fixed. I have to go back upstairs to our elevated observation post. Censor content, when you say stuff like don't buy it if you can't afford it, that's logic, that's real life, that's truth. But a politician can't do that, because what a politician wants, they're not concerned about somebody's financial well-being. They just want to get reelected. So if they look into the camera and they say, hey, look, scumbag, if you didn't have shitty credit, you wouldn't have a high interest rate. So here's a novel idea. Pay your bills, pay them on time, and honor your agreements. When you give your word that you're going to do something, keep it. And then nobody will charge you a high interest rate. But see, that doesn't get them reelected. To get it reelected, you need to look into the camera and tell people they're victims, they're being victimized by evil bankers, that their personal life is shit, not because of them, it's because of their banker. That's the reason. Everything in your world is fucking garbage because of your evil banker. And that's what gets you elected. You're like, and if you elect me, I'm going to get that evil banker for you. I have no love for bankers particularly, or insurance agents for that matter. In fact, I find them both disgusting creatures. I avoid them at all as much as possible. But blame them for one's personal woes, it's not the way I'm built. Come back to class. Had to sneak out watching that truck and the giant air compressor. I took him a lawn chair out. He's got to stand there all day long and stare at that. There's no point, no reason why he can't sit and be comfortable. But things are going well out there. Jumped over to X to see what was up, and when I hit the button, it said no new posts are available at this time. So they're clearly having some sort of issues. Market sell-off. Dow drops more than 500 points. S&P 500, NASDAQ trading below their 50 and 200-day moving averages. Fear of recession moving stocks down. So Bank of America down 3%. Maybe I was over the target, or not over the target. Maybe I was accurate after all, claiming that they would wait until a little time had passed into the Trump administration before they let the whole thing collapse down around him. Perhaps this is what we're seeing the beginning of. Bank of America's down, Citigroup's down, JP Morgan's down. Bitcoin just lost 80 grand. It fell to 79,501. Oddly enough, gold is falling. I think it would be heading up. That's not the case. Wells Fargo down 5.56. Morgan Stanley down 5.76. Goldman Sachs down 4.57. JP Morgan Chase down 4.28. Is it possible that we're seeing people leave the party? Is everybody heading for the exit door? Is that what's going on here?
I like it.
Claypool says, they said the way things are going now, there's a high chance of us being in a recession in the next month or two. Well, there you go. I put out a post, comment, someone claimed something similar to that, Claypool, on Twitter, and my thought was, I don't know if I made myself clear. I might have been two gummies deep when I wrote it, but we've already been in a recession. They're just hiding all of it. They've been hiding all of this from the people. They've cooked the books, everything from jobs, unemployment, job numbers, to core pricing index, CPI, the producers pricing index, all of those things. The inflation rate, They have been lying through their teeth to make it, in their attempts to stay in power and get reelected. Now that the Democrats are no longer there, they don't need to keep the ruse up any longer. There's no need to continue lying because it didn't work. And if anything, they want people, now they want Trump out. So this is what my thesis was built upon, was that what better way to hurt him or hurt the Republicans in the upcoming elections, future elections, than to make it appear like he destroyed the economy. Much like my alternator on my car, it's looking more and more like I was right. Definition of a recession, if I'm not mistaken, is 2 consecutive quarters of a negative GDP. Well, we may or may not have hit the strict definition, but my argument is that they have endeavored to manipulate the GDP. For instance, all those people they hired to work for the government, that's not part of our gross domestic product. Hiring people to work for the government doesn't produce anything. But see, it helped them to, that's how they, part of their cooking of the books, that was part of their recipe to manipulate data to make it look like, you know, that things were rosy and that they were doing this great job for the American citizen. Gold is at $2,909, trending down at the moment. That's odd. I would expect that to go the other direction, unless there's a liquidity crisis. And I'm afraid I don't know enough about how it works under those conditions. But maybe that would explain why gold is going down as well, that people are unloading their gold at these historic highs in an effort to raise cash. Because even the simplest of people understand that if the whole thing explodes and falls, there'll be some opportunities. If anyone has cash or the ability to act swiftly, the bargain hunting will be incredible. Bless you. The bargain hunting will be incredible, similar to those who were able to buy houses in 2008 when the foreclosures were going on. So that might be what we're seeing. At least it could partly explain stuff with gold. Jack Below says, Warren Buffett keeps increasing his cash position unless someone has news that he has reversed this trend. No, I think you're right. I haven't read anything that would indicate that that's changed, Tech. He's is indeed sitting on a mountain cash. all the young wannabes, the attention seekers, they love to talk shit about Warren Buffett, like he's some sort of a has-been or washed up, or and they're quick to pick out. There's been a few things that he's been wrong on. You know, left money on the table, got out of a few positions that continued to run up a great deal farther. But it's always interesting to me that the people who sit in judgment of him haven't done anything that would even come close to a fraction of what that man's achieved in his life. It's a strange phenomenon that the internet allows for, that relatively unaccomplished people with little to no achievements can have a platform, and more importantly, a following, people that tune in and listen to them and value what they have to say, despite that there's absolutely no reason that would warrant that, other than maybe they're an entertaining personality, I guess. But yeah, I promise you, when the shit hits the storm and everything is really at rock bottom prices, I mean, practically giving the shit away, he will be buying with both fists. That's the way the masters of this game play it. I'd asked Mrs. Pirate, someone asked me earlier how many steps were in the pool, and I was wrong. I said 4, but she said 7. She has the drawing, so whoever, I didn't mean to mislead you, not like it's mission critical information or nothing, but for whoever asked, the swimming pool will have 7 steps, not 4.
Like Bitcoin touched 78.
Yeah. That's ugly. Wasn't the high like 108 or something?
Well, yeah. Let's see. What is the 52 week there? 109,455. Yeah.
109 and a half. And they're trying to bore us to death today. Took Twitter away, so we have nothing to read. The stock market, more specifically AMC, pinned to $3. So there's nothing interesting to watch there.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with Twitter. That's you can't join a space call. You can't hardly do anything.
Shows you how much people rely on it for news and entertainment, because it wasn't down very long at all before you heard multiple people weighing in.
Yeah.
The Highway Frog, the Mustang is fully mission capable. I'll save you the story. You have to go back. We talked about it earlier. I won't bore everybody with the details again, but I was right. The alternator was bad. The one they gave us, we finally went back and bought a brand new one, put it on there to prove to them that the one that they sold me was bad. They ultimately took it back. So yep, it's all good, man. Chuck Blackmore says we have been in a recession for the last 3 years. Good to see you, Chuck. You might want to hit the live now button, unless you're just started from the beginning. But I think we were talking, and unless that's just a point you're bringing up now, but we were talking about the recession, I don't know, half an hour ago or something. So I don't know. I may be wrong, Chuck, but yeah, I think you may have, you may want to hit the live button. But as far as your statement goes, Mr. Blackmore, I do agree with you. Yeah, I've said we've been in a recession for some time now. They took all the steps necessary to hide it. Yeah, it was a nice little victory, Highway Frog. Yeah. It was 3 days of unnecessary drama is what it was, but I don't know, shit happens in life, I guess. Check, see, you picked up another 2000 AMC in the twos. Congratulations, Chuck. That's a
Well done.
lie. Yep. Jimmy Cap says, when market crash? I thought it was going to start when the German bonds had their bullshit. What was it, Thursday or Friday of last week? When that happened, I thought that was the beginning. They seem, for the time being, to have put that fire out.
But it kind of looks like the SPY's sort of teetering on another fall here. It's just about to, well, I don't know what it's going to do, but it looks like it's headed for another bottom there. Sorry, Barrett, interrupt you.
No, it's all good. Chuck Blackmore just said the longer they keep it here, the more he's buying. And I was just going to tell him I don't think he's alone in that. That's the danger to have of letting too long, or even, God forbid, lower it any farther, which it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I'm through guessing this. It's like riding a bucking bronco. This thing's been all over the place, and it has defied logic for 4 years now. But I'm ride or die, man. Been here every fucking day, Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day for 4 years. I'm not leaving now. Highway Frog said, I'm pretty sure a 3-in-1 relay is going to fix my refrigerator, $35 worth of try. Yep. Sometimes you just got to roll the dice, Frog.
There
There's been a
goes the
few
spy.
occasions. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, the spy made a new low.
Frog, there's been a few occasions in my life where I've able to buy two of something. Rather, huh? What? Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Mrs. Pirate said something, and I asked her what she said, and she said she's talking to her cat. I wasn't sure whether it was me or. But at any rate, sometimes I've had the good luck to buy two things, and what that affords you as a repairman is you can do part swapping, and that's always nice when you have two of the exact same thing. You just swap them over, and now the affliction becomes evident in the what up till then had been a good working unit. You'll know exactly what's defective as opposed to blind guessing or just buying parts that aren't unnecessary. Tom said if that doesn't fix it, the 12 gauge slug will.
I didn't see that coming.
Full crew finally got everything down. Looking for about 98% finished. They got half of one wall to shoot. I believe they're having their lunchtime. I can't brag on these guys enough. They have worked 5 straight hours without a break. Almost 5.5 hours. They showed up at 6:30 this morning. It was still dark. They did some housekeeping just before they started, maybe a half an hour's worth, and then dug into it. So really 7 o'clock. So yeah, a hard 5 hours nonstop without a break. Pretty impressive. Highway Frog says it's 2.5 years old. Speaking on his refrigerator, he's trying to repair it. They don't make stuff like they used to. Frog, my cousin, and he's a professional mechanic, and he has a shop at home that he moonlights out of. But it's like a 6-car garage, a damn fine garage. But he's got a refrigerator in there for beer, and I think it's like a 1958 General Electric. The thing keeps beer right at the edge of frozen. It's so cold. The door still opens and closes on it with authority. A nice solid handle and everything on it. Just everything about it It's reeks of quality and built to last. 70-year-old refrigerator. The stuff they sell now, it's fucking garbage. That's what people want. The market gets what it demands, and they want cheap. Nobody's willing to pay for anything quality. They're not willing to pay a little bit more for something that's superior in engineering and materials. Nope. Absolutely want cheapest. So that's what you get. As long as it looks nice. It's gotta look nice. That was a big thing where they come out with stainless steel. It used to be if you had stainless steel appliances in the kitchen, it was like an upgrade. Like, oh man, because stainless steel was what was used for the commercial industry, and commercial stuff is built to a higher standard. And so again, it was all just a fugazi though. You had a bunch of, all they did was the same plastic cheap materials that they used to build the refrigerator before. Now just instead of a plastic cover on the front, they have a paper thin wafer of stainless steel that's meant to give it the appearance of being something that's more of a commercial build. And it's all just cheap shit inside. But that's what sells, man. That's what makes the markets move. Makes a company profitable. Sell a lot of units, a strong price per unit, profit per, have nice margins, as they say. And if it ends up in the landfill in 4 years, fuck it. That just means we sell another one in 4 years. Sad but true. I mentioned it once on KC's channel, the scrap yards, the recyclers, junk yards, what we used to call them. They're full of dryers that were otherwise perfectly good running clothes dryers for doing laundry, and all they needed was like a limit switch. Those things had an upper and lower limit switch on it, which if the dryer got too hot to keep it from catching on fire, the limit switch did exactly as the name would apply. It just shuts the electric off for a little while. Those limit switches go bad, and it tells that dryer that it's overheating when it's not even, it hasn't even started to make heat yet. So you never get your clothes dry. It's an $8 a part. You used to be able to walk into a Sears service center and buy, but I had a friend of mine tell me, he said, the junk yards are full of thousands, tens of thousands of dryers that all they needed was that $5 part. But it doesn't, the math doesn't work on it for a repairman to drive to your house, diagnose it, put the part on, he has to buy the part, put it on, and then he has to warranty his work. Hopefully that's not the only thing that's wrong with it, when they can sell, the brand new dryer so cheap. Everybody's willing to fix them. They're not even built to, half the time they'll tell you, this doesn't work. What I charge you to rebuild this, you're better off to buy a new one. Yeah, Maze, X and Twitter's been down all day. You are not alone. System-wide. Somebody's up to no good. Somebody's trying to shut down the ability to communicate.
What is it that they say? Fuck around and find out.
It makes you wonder, like, is there some kind of news breaking today that they don't want people?
They don't want anybody to know.
Are they releasing the Epstein list today or something? What? Like denying people the use of X, for one day is somehow is going to lessen the amount of the problems they have with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is, Maze, an attack on Elon Musk. He's got some powerful enemies lined up against him right now, man. You know how many people eat their biscuit and that honey every month from all that fucking that grift coming out of Washington, D.C.? That's why the left is losing their mind right now. You got an entire population of people who aren't used to working. They just managed to get themselves on, which is tantamount to welfare. It's no different than a fucking welfare queen, you know, who goes into the county and gets assistance. Same shit. These people got these, they call them jobs, but the truth of the matter is they just got fortunate enough to get appointed to something that was connected to a paycheck on the 1st and the 15th, where nothing had to be done for it. Perfect scam. It's legal. Nobody, you know, they weren't stealing anything. It was, you know, the criminality was in the people who hired these people, who created these positions and hired them and appropriated funding to pay for them. Those are the people who should be charged with the money laundering. But they're not going to. The way this is going to play out is everybody's going to keep what they got. And that includes the bad actors. None of that money is going to get clawed back. The Bidens, they're going to keep everything they got for what they did in the Ukraine. Nancy Pelosi, the Republicans, even the Republicans, they're all going to keep their ill-gotten gains. The most we can hope for is that it stops. And I guess that's be as close as we can get to a win. But I don't think you're going to see anybody go into handcuffs. It's just too much to ask for. And you're certainly not going to see any of the money back. Put a post out last night. Maybe it was this morning. I don't know. It's immaterial when, but I claim that all this money, it's all going to continue. It'll just be different people getting it, unless they dismantle the whole system. The very people that are screaming the loudest about Elon not being able to do this, and those are the ones it doesn't take any kind of giant intellect to understand that those are the people who are benefiting from it. How in the fuck could anybody argue against stopping, this fraud, waste, and abuse? Well, it's real simple. The people who are getting the money. So they're self-identifying. All the ones that are screaming from the top of their lungs that Elon Musk shouldn't be allowed to do this, and we're stopping aid, and all these NGO organizations are doing so much good. You can bet the farm those people or somebody they care for is the recipient of some of that money. And I wouldn't want it to stop either. Shit, man, if they were dropping $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 twice a month in my checking account, or every 2 weeks direct deposit, I had some sort of title of some jerk off position that didn't do anything, I'd be pissed as hell too. I'd also be looking for a real job. Sensor Content says, stick an Apple AirTag in your poop and track where it goes. Sorry, I was just thinking of things more exciting than watching stocks barcoding. There you go. Bitcoin's at 79,067. $0.67. Canada stocks dip after Mark Carney elected to lead Canada. Uh-oh, CNBC's talking shit, Sensor Content, about your new leader.
a lot longer than I expected. It was a bit of a workout.
We got back just
Welcome
in time
back.
for some drama.
Mhm.
Elon Musk just posted, he just posted 1 minute ago, there was and still is a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with a lot of resources. Either a large coordinated group and or a country is involved. Tracing, ... So that's interesting. Said this was an attack on Elon Musk. Getting spicy.
I don't know. I would put my tinfoil hat on if I had one as awesome as Casey's, but mine just didn't come out the way I wanted. Completely red market, and X, the platform that most apes and retail uses for news and discussion, gets attacked. So I don't know. Maybe it's just coincidental, but maybe it's there's some moves about to happen and somebody doesn't want retail to have a chance to basically connect with each other and to keep in touch.
Too bad we were prepared.
Oh yeah. And if something happens to YouTube, I'll dig out my also my Twitch channel and start streaming on Twitch, I guess.
Yeah, I just read the Elon's tweet, Rugged. I guess you just missed it. It must have been just before you popped in. I read the rest of the class. Yeah, I mean, like, you just must have just barely missed it. I read the entire. Yeah, they're coming after him hard. A lot of people. This was a big scam, man. It's like it's not like you just caught one person with their hand in the cookie jar and you're putting the cookies on lockdown. And he's discovered that a huge portion of our American society is essentially They're not an employee. They're just on a paid holiday. Just free money, a perpetual paid holiday, courtesy of the American taxpayers. And it's been going on for years, and now it's all coming crashing down, which is long overdue. It should come as no surprise that that machine's going to fight back. You start reading up and educate yourself on some of these NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Think about just the name. It says they call themselves a non-governmental organization, but then they're wholly, fully funded by government. So it's just another arm of the government, just by rose by any other name. It's just crazy to me. But yeah, every day they reveal more and more of what's clearly just theft of tax dollars for personal gain. And instead of people clapping and applauding and cheering them on, like, let's get the bad guys, no, it's going to destroy him. And there's only one logical explanation for that they're getting a piece of that pie. There's nobody else can give me an honest answer, a well thought out, articulated idea on how it can happen. Any other way? Tell me any other reason for that to happen other than pure theft. Now, I guess the only ones who could come close would be the ones to argue that they're actually doing aid, like they are feeding starving little orphans in Africa or something. But it's so obvious now that that's not the case that they can't even claim that. That was the one thing that gave them cover to run this scam from the beginning, and they failed to maintain at least a level of activity that would allow them plausible deniability. They weren't even smart enough to just steal half the money. I mean, they were fucking taking all of it. Yeah, Miss Pirate said that they're actually smart and they've been doing it for years, so I guess she's right. I'm just saying if they wanted it to continue, they would have never got caught if they wouldn't have been so greedy with it. Yeah. Guess they ran out of materials for the gun act crew. They made it 5 hours, but it took about a 30-minute break there. I thought they were eating lunch, but I think Mr. Park said they had to wait for another truck to arrive. So they had to go for yet another load of concrete and sand. But I can hear now from the background noise they're back to spraying, and it looked to me like they were almost done. About a 10-foot section of one wall left, and that was it. There's a lot of detail work to do. So we're quickly approaching 6 hours of non-stop spraying of concrete, for those of you who are keeping score. Yeah, I saw it popped up on my screen, said your neighbor's flag. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I'm reading 3 things at once here, but I'll check that out, Mike. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Mike. Defund and HOA. I like it. There's been some that have done it. All you got to do is get everybody in your neighborhood to agree to it. They're not in and of themselves, a bad idea. It's like anything else when people take it to the extreme. I I mean, coming together as a community and setting some standards, you know, as far as the things that are proven financially to be beneficial to keeping the values of the homes up and keeping undesirable elements out, you know, criminal elements, people who, you know, who bring the quality of life of the neighborhood down through various activities. I can understand all that. It's when it becomes very militant or they get so drunk with power that they start to look for things to involve themselves with. And I think that all too often that's what happens here. I wouldn't advise anybody to buy anything with an HOA if you have a choice in the matter. If you do, though, like I said many times, you go in it with open eyes, though. Not like they sneak up on you with it. When you buy and you agree to the terms of an HOA and you move into a neighborhood, as much as I hate these fuckers here, the truth of the matter is I knew the deal when I moved in. So you don't really have much of a leg to stand on. Sort of like moving in next to an airport and then being mad about the sound of airplanes. Some things you have to take ownership of. Sounds a lot louder. I mean, I guess the pressure built up in their truck. Oh, is that what it is?
show last night.
Wife was warming up some leftovers, keeping my belly full for lunch, and she shared a few thoughts with me when she was bringing me my victuals about Elon Musk and how they're attacking him right now, and it triggered a thought. It says something about our country when a guy who really has nothing to gain personally is willing to give up his time and show you with clear, no debating it, that you're being robbed. The average, everyday, blue-collar working person, just a guy that's out there making ends meet for his family, is being robbed, financially raped by politicians. And the people make him the bad guy. I just can't believe it. It's one of the, I've seen some stuff that's kind of bizarre land, upside down world. It was hard to reconcile. But how do you defend the people who are making themselves generationally wealthy on the backs of taxpayers, just hardworking people? And the only one they can think to attack is Elon Musk, the guy that's showing you what's happening. Anybody who comes out against that man right now should be immediately suspect of being as crooked as a dog's leg.
Just touching base here. SPY just hit 559.
Whoa.
And still dropping.
Tom D said all these attacks at Musk only going to make him dig in deep and go harder at him. I hope so, Tom. You've not been over this many times, brother. The concept of good and bad, I get it. A lot of things in life are gray areas, and things to be, depending upon your particular point of view, it can't always be clear. But on this one, man, it seems like it's pretty obvious. I don't think I don't see how it's not I guess it is a left or right Democrat Republican issue, because it would appear that the Democrats are the largest beneficiaries of this. Now, I'm not saying that Republicans didn't play a part in it too, but by all appearances, the numbers that are coming out, who sits on these boards, these NGOs with all these, where all the money ends up in the salaries of the administrators instead of some poor little orphan's belly, it seems to be a Democratic gameplay for the most part, with some exceptions. I will say again, with some exceptions. but I don't understand it. It's real obvious to me that people who are, like I said, out every day as a wage slave, working their ass off the bigger part of their adult lives, getting taxed heavily by their government, and it's always under the auspices of, well, we all have to contribute for, a government, national defense, interstates, blah, blah, blah. But nowhere in there does it say that I should kick money into, out of the best days of my life that I worked slaved away in the hot sun, towards making some politician rich through a system of money laundering and ever increasingly vague deposits. I guess that was a poorly worded way of describing that. But on an endless set of deposits from one grant to another through these nebulous organizations with all their administrators. And all it ultimately means is some politician somewhere gets another beach house, courtesy of the bribery and the scam that we're seeing here. You got a guy who's willing to help root that out for you? Why for the life of me, I can't believe that Democrats wouldn't root for that guy unless the obvious proof that they in large part get a lot of that money. We have what we have today. Thanks for the biscuits, honey. Sensor said Elon reminds me of Anthony Scaramucci. He's more of a front stabber than a back stabber. I don't know, what do you find repulsive about Elon? As far as why would he stab anyone in the front? If anything, he seemed to me like a guy that's obsessed with technology and manufacturing and rockets and satellites and building things. He's never appeared to me as like, I want to rule the world kind of guy. Yeah. censor content. So what I'm trying to say is he's upfront about his intention. Well, that makes more sense. I thought you were implying that he was somehow a stabber or stabbing people. Yep. God, I'm a pretty good judge of character. I've been around a lot of really shystery guys, con men, crooks, thieves. Elon never impressed me as that kind of guy. I've never been in his personal presence. I've never had any sort of intimate conversations with him or one-on-one time. But just, there's hours and hours of footage of him talking unscripted. And all you got to do is listen to a guy, and you can learn a great deal about his character, just both in the manner in which he engages the people he's talking to, how he addresses certain subjects. I never got even a whiff of dark arts, or evil criminality out of him. Hey, Mueller, good to see you. MSNBC said, or excuse me, CNBC said that the NASDAQ, this is the worst day it's had since 2022.
you be like, why she got it like all of your poses? Why you in the poser with them hoes? And I be like, why you in there going through my phone? Bitch, I told you take your ass home. And you be like, that ain't none of my business. That ain't none of my business. And I be like, go, do it then. Go do it. I'ma let you go, do it then. Go do it. I'ma let you stress yourself out. Yeah. Move on to the next for the best.
Hey Muller, good evening. Yeah. Indeed a crazy day in the market. Looks like they pushed a bit Cinemark in the green after being red I think most of the day. And AMC currently even. Everything else red. VIX is up 20%, so the VIX is up even more than before. So currently at 28.07. Quite an interesting day in the market. Miller said it's a wild ride down for me at the Danish stocks to say. Why is that, Miller? Since AMC is currently not doing much, let me try to show you. Found a post just as a reminder, everyone who's here for a while. This is not going to be anything new. Let me just share this. So, well, Giovanni Joe posted on X saying, "Them, why are you buying AMC?" and me, "This is why." And here's basically the tokenized AMC stock on FTX. We can see that there's 2,486 unique holders of the token, amounting to 36.69 trillion stocks, right? And this was when FTX was live, which was years ago, which we had more shares issued since. So at the time we had even less than what we have now. And this is the answer from Grok. So I'm gonna let it for you guys to read, but yeah, Grok seems to know about the market manipulation and naked shorting.
Dow's dropped 800 points.
By the way, Mueller, because you said you're writing down because you have Novo Nordisk. I'm not sure what that is, sorry. Let's try to look it up.
Oh, excuse me. Internet's giving me problems. Starts on Thinkorswim took a shit again. They won't download. Volatility index hits its highest level since December.
Damn it, Dad.
According to CNBC.
Okay, buddy, it's your turn.
Slow down and let me get a pick.
Hmm. Taking down the tent. Good.
Yeah, I need to step away for a bit. I think I ate too faster. I was too hungry after the workout around the house, and I'm gonna go and lay down a few minutes. Recover. See you guys in a bit.
Go for it, man. We'll be here.
Off you go. was just prattling on and on and on. I didn't even have my microphone turned on. The thought I was trying to share with you guys is that some dark recesses of my mind, I wish that the whole thing would burn down right now. I can't help but think that that's how the margin calls get triggered. And actually what I want to see is a bank failure, not just a regional bank, like a big bank, something big, Lehman Brothers style, and to watch the whole thing crumble. Because unfortunately, I think that's what's going to take. See any other catalyst in the near future. Maybe, I guess you can make a weak argument for some sort of regulatory improvements, but I'm not going to hold my breath for that. We need a situation to get so ugly that everybody's trying to take their cards and leave their money and leave the game. Everybody wants to cash in their chips. I beg your pardon. And for that to happen, a lot of times that means accounts have to be settled. Congratulations, Mr. Claypool says he picked up 1,000 more. 299 got filled sub 3. That's certainly bragging rights. I don't think it's any small thing. Somebody pointed out earlier, Pop Preacher or whoever it was, that AMC is it's really one of the few that's not in a complete free fall right now, or bloodbath, term they use. So I guess if one wanted to interpret it that way, you could make an argument that that's because it's a bottom here. I'm not allowed to talk about such things. I've been wrong 11 times trying to find a bottom on this. Prohibited by my contract, specifically states I'm not allowed to talk about a bottom on AMC any longer.
Okay. 558 on the spot.
Quiet out there, Tinkerbell. Are they done? Almost just a few minutes shy of 2 o'clock, Florida Panhandle. Started at 7 o'clock. 7 straight hours. They had about a 20-minute respite in the middle there while they waited for a truck. I think they might have even grabbed a snack. Wasn't very long. I know it wasn't quite at 30 minutes, but short of that poor guy hasn't put that fire hose, that concrete hose down for 7 hours. Something tells me that he's in pretty good physical shape to be able to do that.
Spy 557.
So you have the CNBC, MSNBC, your news networks are all, I don't want to say fear-mongering, but they're making headlines off of worst day since 2022. Dow drops 1,000 points, market sell-off. Could this be the beginning of a recession? I mean, it's so if you trade off of news, the ton method, you think a lot of people will be running for the hills right now, based off of today's events, meaning they see what happened today and said, yeah, it's the party's over, it's time to get out. And that could trigger an even bigger down day tomorrow. So regardless of what happens here in the closing bell, tomorrow is what's going to really be exciting to see. Will it, because if it continues, I would expect it to accelerate. But if it doesn't, if it finds some legs and starts to head back up or what have you, then that obviously doesn't necessarily mean it's not a dead cat bounce or something. But if we see an opening bell tomorrow morning where everything opens to the red and then continues to fall, even if it's in a metered fashion, I would argue that that's a pretty bearish sign.
High to 556. $5.55 on the SPY.
it has to go be little baby fault lines.
Well, there it is, class. It got really quiet around here 30 minutes ago. They finished it. It took 7 hours.
Nice.
Time they started this morning. They showed up at 6:30, started actually working about 7. The gunite, 7 straight hours. I think there was about a 20-minute lull where they had to wait for a truck to arrive. But took a bunch of pictures. I tried to pick 5 or 6 of the ones that looked the best, if you will. Posted them in the Discord general. You're welcome. Enjoy that for some eye candy if you're so inclined. Before you judge too harshly, that is not what's called the finish coat. That just makes up the body of work, the strength. That's where all the structural integrity comes from. There is another coat that goes over that. That's what they call the finish coat. It'll be all smooth and shiny, all that sort of thing. Respect for those guys, man. They're true artisans. Incredibly hard work to go that long, that span of time without a break. Can't imagine doing it every day of the week, but I guess that's their chosen profession. AMC at 2.973. Oh. GameStop at 22.635. Mrs. Pirate and I, for the obvious reasons, feel like a giant load has been lifted off of our back. So we're having a moment of levity here. We realized there was some miscommunication. There was no 7 steps into the pool. She heard me tell you guys there were 4 steps, and she corrected me and said, no, there were 7. He was referencing, they have a thing on their website that's the 7 steps to building a pool. And we were at like step 4.
Nice.
And so I meant, somebody had asked me how many steps were in the pool. And I said 4, and I was correct. I was looking at the photos I just posted in Discord. I was like, there's no 7 steps in the pool. There's only 4. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, earlier you corrected me and said there were 7 steps. And then that just shows you how easily neither person could be wrong. We both were convinced we were talking about, but we were talking about 2 separate things. Very fun. So yeah, in case you're curious and you couldn't sleep tonight unless you had the actual number of the steps going into the pool were 4, not 7.
So 4 steps to build the pool, 7 steps in your actual pool. Right? I'm joking. You know, it's the other way around.
5 minutes to the closing bell. 4 minutes to the closing bell. Doesn't look like they're going to let it close north of 3, does it? Nasty, nasty business here.
A grade for sure. Hey Tommy, no worries, happy to help. Sorry I wasn't on the whole day, but there was something that I was planning to do with the first.
Yeah, Preacher, thanks for the live stream today. We appreciate you giving us a place to hang out.
And for anyone that's new here, unless something changed, tomorrow and Thursday we're gonna meet on Papa Mac's channel, and then Wednesday and Friday on Grey Lips. Links to their channels are in the description of this video, so if you don't have them already, make sure to go to their channel, subscribe, maybe hit on the notification bell, so when they start the stream, you're there and joining us. Take care, Twisty. See you tomorrow. VIX 20% up at 2807, Nvidia at 106.88, let's say. Nice to see them closer to 100, hope to see them below soon. And there we go. The market is officially closed for the day. We're in the after hours now, so with no further ado, I'm gonna play the outro song most of us are accustomed to. So here we go.
From sap to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside in this kingdom now. The apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Through the nights and days, we fought this fight. With hearts of gold, we reached new heights. Together we stand, through thick and thin. In this game of life, we always win.
The whole idea of an auto payment is that it's hands-free. But barring a miscommunication like that, I'd be stepped off and looking for a new bank.
But I mean, if the credit card got paid off, the auto payment should stop, right? Because what are you still paying? So
Right. Yeah. There's like I said, something about that's a little wonky.
yeah. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in today. See you tomorrow on Papa Max stream. Wish you don't have a good night, have a great night. Maybe go and see a movie, maybe nobody, or watch some Yellowstone. Good movie / series. Take care everyone and see you tomorrow. Good night.
We'll see you, Preacher. Thanks again.
Thanks for streaming, sir.
Yeah, my pleasure.